This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a very sunny Djuma Private Game Reserve. Oh, to be a hippo. The life of a hippo. It definitely looks like a good one, but it's lovely to feel the sun and it's absolutely lovely to be warm. We are sitting here at Gowrie Dam getting ready for our live bumble. And we won't just be coming to you from Djuma, we have many exciting locations to come to you from live. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone, and very good decision to jump on board. We have a male bushbuck. Isn't that wonderful? He's right in front of the dam cam, so if you watch the dam cam, you may see him, but otherwise, we don't see bushbuck too often on drive. My name is Lauren. I do have Darren, Dazza. Which name do you prefer, Darren?
Dazza.
Do you like Dazza?
Yes.
He likes Dazza. We're going to go with Dazza on camera. And we have Mr. Bushbuck here ready for his introduction. Look at him go. Bushbuck are common out here. We just really don't see them too often. We see them in camp. They love to hang out in our camp. They obviously come down here to drink, but on drives, we rarely get to show you bushbuck. Hello, sir. Anyway, I've already mentioned it's such a wonderful afternoon. I've got on shorts, but I am wondering if I've made a really bad decision. Possibly I have. Only time will tell. But with a great start to the safari, I must remind you we are live and interactive. So please, please do talk to us. Send in your comments, lovely comments, of course, and questions. We are here to answer your questions. You can do that by using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the Wild Earth website. As long as you've registered, you'll be able to submit your questions under the live safari page. Isn't this lovely? He's even got an oxpecker who looks like he's having a great time. Combing through for ticks. And kids, if you are watching, you must talk to us. You absolutely must. We love hearing from you. Send us an email with your name, your age, and even where you're from. And the email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. There we go. The hippos are still there. Look at them. That great bulbous bottom. They're soaking up the rays naturally. They will also feel the cold, absolutely. Even although they're equipped to handle it with that big fat layer of fat, they will thoroughly enjoy the sun's rays. And that's the wonderful thing about winter in South Africa. It's cold in the morning and in the afternoon, and in the evening, but in the afternoon it is very, very warm. Not quite summer warm, but still warm. My plans for today are just to bumble. Possibly check in on Batilda, see how she's doing. Darren and I did see a juvenile battler on Chitwa yesterday, and I'm not sure if it was her or not. So we'll check in on the nest and then see what else we can find. You could be forgiven for thinking that the hippos are just rocks. If you were just strolling on by, you would think, look, there's some rocks over there. Look at that. But of course, then you double take. and it's actually hippos. Okay, I think I'm going to explore a little bit around Kalahari Dam, see what else I can find. But let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
It is beautiful and sunny, isn't it wonderful? Hi everyone, it's me Trishala. I've got Owen on camera with me, and we are on the Zoe's Road heading south and hoping to actually make our way to Chitwa. I wanted to this morning, but we got distracted looking for some lions. So this afternoon we're going to head that way. First thing, be nice to sit at the dam and see what's happening. See if anything comes down to drink. Just watch for a little bit. It's the best way to spend this first hour when it's still quite still in the bush. Very quiet and still very warm. Now, as the evening sets in, I mean, if we don't get distracted with things at Chitwa, we'll come back to the spot and see if we can catch up on any of the movements of the lions. So what I'm going to do, actually, before we head to Chitwa, is just check the boundary to see if they've moved across, maybe after drive or even during drive, at a point where I couldn't see their tracks. But if they haven't moved off and they're obviously still in the property, then as the evening sets in, contact calling, maybe even some movement. So far things are still very, very quiet. I'm hoping for some elephants in Chitwa. Always am. It's great weather for elephants to be having a bit of a swim because it's really nice and warm, unexpectedly so. Coming from Joburg, I was really prepared for it to be very cold. It's quite cold there at the moment. So hopefully the elephants will be enjoying that. Anyway, off we go. We can send you over to Lauren. She's got a bird.
It was definitely worth exploring around Kalahari Dam. Look at this, a giant kingfisher. Clearly too hot. Oh, I wonder if we're going to fly off soon to see what we can find inside the water body. We're staring very intently at something. I've not positioned the car too close because, well, you know, birds. Birds be birds. The minute you get too close, they fly off. Definitely not one of the more common ones we see here. I think I've only seen a giant once, actually. Maybe it's not going to fly off. And opening the mouth like that is just wet inside your own mouth. If you have a little taste, it's wet, saliva. And it's exactly the same for birds, it's wet. So they've got a little sort of flap at the back of their throat that they can flutter. And what this means is by rapidly pumping air in and out, breathing, it helps cool the bird down, believe it or not, exactly the same way as a dog panting, a cat panting. So this little guy's trying to cool down. Wow. Looks huge as well, especially when you're used to seeing the pied and the brown hooded. Oh, I'm gonna fly. Or are we just repositioning our... Ooh. I don't know what that was. A stretch, I think. kingfisher family of birds. Now that the woodland is gone, it's definitely a lot quieter around here, that's for sure. You see how large he is? You can still see him. He really stands out. I'm actually not sure I've put a giant on camera before. I've seen them, but I'm not entirely sure I've managed to get one live. Linda, yes, I'm so happy for you. Another first for your list. That is just great news. I don't think I put it on camera, so there you go, Linda. I'm pretty sure this is the first one for me live. I could be wrong, though. Kingfishers are just... I don't quite know what it is I like about them. But I really do think they're wonderful. And dare I say it, but the giant kingfisher is the largest of the ones we see here. Hence the name. Now, Darren, I would like to show you my book. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll pop it here and try to keep it as still as possible. So we look at the top. This is a giant kingfisher, and you can see the female has that russet, sort of rich chestnut color on the lower half. So it's a brown belly, if you like. And if you look at the male, he has the same color that really is so rich and beautiful, but it's on his chest or his breast rather than his belly. And that's how you identify between male and female. So they look very similar. I mean, if you were to see them in flight, you probably may not be able to identify as male or female, but if you take a closer look like we can at this individual here, then you would be able to see if it's the boy or the girl. And it's just to do with the positioning of that russet brown chestnutty colour. That's one of my favourite colours, believe it or not. Rust. I think I saw the russet brown on the lower half of this one, but let's just double check. I think it's a female. But you really need to get a good look at the chest area. We talk about the pied being the only one that hovers, but the giant can hover sometimes. Rarely, because it's so energetically costly, but they can hover. Just not as well as the pied can. I'm going to sit here and take some photos. I'm very happy with my new find in the giant kingfisher.
Slowly making our way on the southern boundary. Very close to where, actually I'm next to where the fire break's been burnt. So we're just watching as we go. We're using the southern boundary, of course, because we need to get to Tswalu. There's all that lovely burning. It's always interesting to see what animals emerge when this happens. I myself have not seen one started or being started. So when they're being started, you can actually see what animals will flee that area. But I myself have not been there when one's been started. So I've always seen them when other animals are picking off anything that's emerging after the fire has already been lit. There's some beautiful, beautiful starlings. Their color is just magnificent. It's just one there. Against the charred ground. There's our Cape turtle dove. There's our starling. Birchill starling, my favorite. Oh, no, it's not a Birchill starling. I thought it was its greater blue-eared glossy starling. The Birchall starling does not have an orange round the eye. So it's a really easy way to tell them apart. Now, the Cape glossy starling and the greater blue-eared glossy starling is more difficult to tell apart. They pretty much look the same, but in good light, like we see here, you can see those obvious big blue ears. Well, not ears, but parts behind the eye. Really pretty. Anyway, we're going to get going towards Chitwa.
Lovely, warm and still afternoon over Leopard Dam. It's always such a nice place to come and hang out for an afternoon to see what's about. Hi everyone, my name is Mike Anderson. Behind the camera is Craig, and this is Ecotraining's Pridelands Conservancy, where I'm back after a few weeks away, and it hasn't changed much. The water level has dropped a little bit, in fact quite a lot since I was last year. That island is almost joining with the mainland there. I can see lots of those logs and dead branches now showing, it's good to see though that the earth is absorbing hopefully some of that, enriching the soils. You can see some of the vegetation is still nice and green around there. And something else which is quite green, which wasn't here when I was last here at Pridelands, is this very thick layer of algae that's sort of all around the sides of this small dam, which of course is very important. It creates shelter for lots of small creatures like frogs, tadpoles, fish, but too much of it can be a problem. Now, areas like this, Pridelands, ex-farmland, sometimes there can be a little bit of excess nutrients from, eroded areas flowing into these dams, which means when there's sunny days that are relatively warm, you tend to find quite a lot of algae growing. This isn't too much though. There's plenty of light penetration in the water, allowing all the organisms to hopefully find a balance one day. It's interesting that we don't have any lilies, still no lilies growing here. Perhaps there never was. Oftentimes many vegetations that are around waterholes can go dormant for many, many years and then sprout up when conditions are favorable. Hopefully we'll get some nice coverage in the next years to come. This year is not the growing season. The growing season is over. I hope for more. I think we might just enjoy the scene for a few moments. There's a little striped skink, which is, nope, never mind. Don't worry about the striped skink, it's gone. It was on this little log over here. As soon as I pointed him out, he disappeared.
Welcome back. They've missed you.
Oh, thanks everyone. I've missed you all as well. I've been teaching at one of our other camps, one of our other eco-training camps. The Pridelands has no students at the moment, so Wild Earth gets to explore freely. But yeah, it's been good. I was telling them all how much I missed the show and how much I'm glad to be back. Oh, there's our little striped skink. Look at that. He looks like he's disturbing the termite building, trying to catch some termites. Never mind. Very, very camera shy, but I can hear it scratching around in there. So that skink is looking in all this dead plant material for little insects that might be hiding in there. There it comes up on the log. See, it's getting higher and higher. Up on the log. Oh, there it goes in. Searching all the nooks and crannies for little insects. Now it looks like there's lots of wood-boring insects. There's termites all over there. There's a little lizard that's just escaped. I don't know if the skink would eat it, but certainly that lizard wasn't taking any chances. It's disappeared. There goes the skink at the back there. Wow, he's done a full circuit of this thing. He's really searching all over. Oh, it's just at the back there, but he's gone now. It was very well camouflaged, Craig. I don't know if you've even seen him. was interesting. So from our tiny skink that's now disappeared into the underbrush, we'll send you back over to Lauren, who's got something significantly bigger.
We found what we were hoping for. I think they were at Gowrie Dam not so long ago. So we thought we'll just scratch around Central to see if we can see them. Elephants are actually harder to spot than you might think. They're easier to hear if you turn off your engine. You can hear them breaking branches, sometimes rumbling. But believe it or not, despite their ginormous size, they can sometimes be really tricky to spot. Oh, okay. See, even that vocalization in itself and moving through the vegetation is noisy, is loud. Can you hear that? Now, although a lot of the grass is dead, it's completely dead. It just needs to be trampled down now. There's no moisture in it anymore, which is exactly why they burned the fire breaks recently. But you can see a lot of the trees, the shrubberies, the thickets have still got green leaves. The evergreens will always hold on to their leaves, and of course the deciduous will lose their leaves, but generally speaking, there's still a lot of greenery around. It's still quite lush in terms of vegetation. So although the grass may not be so palatable for the elephants anymore, they've still got other options, as you can see. I think there's 4 of them on this tree. Cinerates, it depends, but generally speaking, on average, it's between 60 and 70 years. Of course, that's just an average figure. It will depend on the elephant, and it will depend on the habitat and environment around the elephant. Now, what do I mean by that? The sort of most common cause of death in elephants is the wearing down of the molars, especially that last set of molars. They have 6 sets on each jaw, naturally. And once that last molar wears down almost to nothing, they can no longer chew their food. Just like if we had no teeth, we wouldn't be able to chew and crunch and bite and eat all those delicious things that we eat. It's the exact same. So once that last molar wears down, normally you'll find a really old elephant whose teeth are worn away hanging around water bodies because the vegetation is slightly softer and easier to chew. That's the sort of most common cause of death, apart from disease and parasites, naturally, and of course apart from humans, but we won't go into that. In areas where the grass is sort of lush and green and thick and delicious all year round, like the Masai Mara, the elephants are said to live a little bit longer because those impacts, the sort of molars are not impacted or wear down as quicker, whereas elephants in area like the Sabi Sands where we are right now, their lifespan is slightly shorter because they do have that winter diet. They do have that diet where they, of course, chew and crunch and snap through twigs. So it really does depend on the area as well. You've got to think of their habitat type, their diet. That's just an example for you, but generally speaking, it is between 60 to 70 years old. So they do have a long lifespan. Well, there's a really small little one there, Darren. I've just spotted it. Yep, just here. We might not have the best view right now. There you go. Hello. Aren't you tiny? with the tiniest little trunk. Young elephants, of course, will learn in a number of ways, but very often you can find them watching mom. So if mom starts to feed on one tree, the baby will start to feed on one tree. And then if mom moves off to the left, the baby will move off to the left. And if mom stops to listen, baby will stop to listen. And it's very sweet. It's a process of learning through observation. And a lot of animals out here do that. But it's just very sweet watching the young try to copy mom. I don't know what this little one is doing right now, but we're going to sit here and stay with this herd as long as we can.
This is Jake Whitener, all the way from the US, and he is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I decided to support and buy the Ticket to Dream to help Wild Earth in its mission of conservancy towards animals and the environment.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
And I would highly recommend that people would be involved in that program.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Ever since I was able to get the Ticket to Dream, I've been looking forward to coming on this drive. It is an absolutely fabulous experience and it's great.
For many years, Wild Earth has taken viewers from around the world to the Mara Triangle, a place of majestic beauty and abundant wildlife. But it wasn't always like this. Before 2001, it was infested with poachers. Illegal harvesting and hunting was rife. Now the situation couldn't be more different. The hard work and dedication of the Mara Conservancy has revolutionized this magical land. But now, the loss of revenue from tourism has created a grave crisis. The Mara Conservancy needs help if they are to continue protecting the reserve and supporting the local communities whose livelihood depend on its survival.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
We haven't moved. This is just so wonderful. There's more elephants behind us as well. It's quite a large herd. And when they're all relaxed like this, they're happy, the food is good. It's very good, I think. They're relaxed. They know we're here. They heard us coming from Kalahari Dam. We very often get asked who is a matriarch. And honestly, right now, from where we are sitting in our position, without having seen all members of the herd, it is pretty much impossible to say who the matriarch is. Generally speaking, yes, she's the largest because she will be the oldest, but not always, believe it or not. The matriarch is the oldest of all the females. She's the one that has the knowledge that is sort of critical to the survival of all the others. And when I say knowledge, I generally mean ecological knowledge and survival knowledge and just general being an elephant knowledge. I once read a wonderful book called Beyond Words, and it focuses a lot on elephant dynamics and especially the role of the matriarch and how integral it really is, and how you should never just assume that you're looking at the matriarch. Just because you see a big, large female, you can only conclusively say that you're looking at the matriarch when you see how every other elephant in the herd behaves around her. And that's when you can say, aha, they're all gravitating around her, they're responding to her. Then that's who is the matriarch. Then the death of a matriarch can be really detrimental to an elephant herd. They lose that knowledge and that one elephant that cares for everybody else. So her role is to pass all that knowledge on. Not keep it to herself, but teach the younger generation so that they're ready, possibly one day, to become a matriarch. I will move, but I just don't want to put the engine on when we've got this little one here in the thicket. Maybe we can go back round the way. Okay, Daz, are you ready to reverse? Okay, we're going to try and get a better view of all these ellies for you. We're going to send you over to Mike on Bushwalk.
So I have to whisper a little bit because the wind is blowing directly towards these impala, which have come down to drink on the very western tip of Leopard Dam. As you can see, they're stretching their necks out to drink in the shallow, muddy waters at the edge there, hopefully safe from any crocodiles. I don't think there's any crocodiles in there, but they don't want to take any chances. There's another young male who's actually much closer to us, who's also drinking from the bank there. He seems a little bit less cautious, though. They only drank for a short time at the one spot, and then they moved to the next. And that's again probably to try and avoid any predators like crocodiles coming and grabbing them when they stay too long in one spot. They haven't seen us yet, and they haven't smelt us either. So we'll see what happens now. The wind is blowing quite strongly to them. What will happen if they notice us? Remember, being the winter time, this might be the only time they get a chance to drink. And they are very water dependent. So we need to be very, very careful not to chase them away unnecessarily, because they might not then come back to the water until nightfall, which means they've lost a very valuable opportunity to get resources. There's quite a lot of them. There's only 4 or 5 at the water right now. But there's a whole bunch that have just left. This is the very last few that hadn't drunk yet. And those young rams there are probably about 2 years old, the ones with the horns, where you can see the horns are coming together like that. Not old enough yet to be in charge of a group like this. Oh, getting a little bit of a fright. Suspect a dove flying past gave them a bit of a fright, but they're all heading off. More are coming down. But in the meantime, we'll send you over to Tswalu, who's also at a dam.
Yes, I am by a dam. If you're watching, one of my favorite birds. It's the pied kingfisher. It's now moving along the dam wall. We can just see it. There it goes. It caught something small just now. Wow! Look at that wings. The wing beat is amazing. It's on the edge of the dam wall at the moment, and we're kind of at the bottom because we stopped here because there were some hippos close by. So it looks like it's hunting over the the land at the moment, but it's actually in the water. It's just our perspective that makes it look that way. It came so close to us, which was so cool to see. There it goes again. Up and down. We're here at Tswalu Dam. You can hear the Egyptian geese. Isn't it just extraordinary to watch them? I hope it'll come back this way. It's moving further and further away from us. But it really was so close when we first noticed it. Off it goes. Well, like I said, we stopped in this section because there were some hippos that were all congregating. Now there's just one. Oh, look, there's even a monitor behind it. Ha! 2 for 1. Carmen, I'm going to get your comment again from Final Control. But don't worry, I've gotten your name at least. Hi, Carmen. Tswalu Dam has been very active lately. Yeah, at this time, the dams are a great place to sit and wait, because all those smaller watering holes would have dried up now. And so where ordinarily, when there's lots of water around, sitting at a dam is not as reliable anymore. It's just as it is in the winter, where you could just sit here and watch things appear and disappear. Like our monitor just disappeared. So as we settle into a proper dry season, it's going to be great to sit and watch them. Just sit and watch the dams. Along the edge of the dam, we have our usual suspects, Egyptian geese. At the end there, and of course some lapwings, red-billed buffalo weavers, and a pied wagtail. Very cool. All right, let's send you over to Dean. Dean's also at a watering hole. I wonder what he's going to find.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to and beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, from one water source at another location to another one here on Phinda. My name is Dean, and behind the camera we've got Johan. Sorry, I was staring right into the sun there. We've managed to find some blue wildebeest just in front over here on the right hand side of this. It's actually a river, but at the moment it's not flowing, so I suppose more of a dam than anything. You'll notice a couple of white birds there. Those are western cattle egrets. In and amongst the wildebeest, and some zebra also there. Oh, there was actually a young one that was lying down there. And there's those cattle egrets I was talking about earlier. We actually came to this part of the reserve hoping we would have found some buffalo. And in all honesty, I had a look from quite far out, and I had mistaken these for buffalo. As soon as I got a bit closer, I realised they weren't. But nevertheless, still a beautiful animal. They got that dark sort of shiny silver coat. And got those, there you can see those black vertical lines that run down the side of the body. I think we're going to carry on up along this road, see what else we might find. We're going to see if we can find any of the interesting water birds along here. But in the meantime, you're going to head over to Lauren.
We've just stopped very close, proximity-wise, next to this quarry bush, and so much is happening. I don't actually know where to begin. It's heaven for me. We've got ants crawling up and down. We've got dancing telchinias and another species of butterfly, the blues. But I don't know which one yet because it's not opened its wings. But if one settles, Jazza, you better be ready. This tree is just alive. It's incredible. We're able to go back into those ants. Darren actually spotted the ants, not myself. It's so lovely just to see insects. I have to say I just miss them. I really miss the hubbub and the buzz of summer a lot. And of course there are insects around, but nowhere near the amount that we have in summer. And ants are just so incredible. They do have a bad reputation. Sometimes places get infestations and some ants bite. My goodness, fire ants. Now that really, really hurts. But they're also just so important. I mean, if you think about forget-me-not flowers, ants are actually key in their survival. I mean, they're not fond of the flowers themselves, although the flowers are beautiful. They actually just love eating the seeds. And it's not just the seeds. What they do is the seeds actually have a little fleshy structure on the outside. And I think this is called an eliasome. I apologize if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, but it's something along those lines. And it looks like a tiny, tiny crumb of cake on top of the seed. But to ants, this is just the best thing in the world. And it tastes like your favorite snack. My favorite snack is salt and vinegar chips. I literally cannot say no to salt and vinegar. I'm not capable of it. Cheese and onion, very salty, But salt and vinegar, my goodness. Anyway, it tastes like your favorite snack, but to the ants. And it's actually really high in fat and sugars, which is exactly what the ants are after. So they'll take this seed and they'll carry it all the way back to the nest for all the other ants. And of course, all the other ants are waiting for this little calorie hit. And they'll nibble the treat off that little tiny eliasome. And then they don't want the seed. So they're just going to sort of discard it. And then you have the trash collectors, those ants, the worker ants, that are there to keep the nest clean. So what they're going to do is come along and collect that seed and remove it because it's no longer wanted, the deliciousness is gone. So they're going to carry it up to 70 meters away from the nest. That's quite far if you're a tiny little ant. And lo and behold, they are the seed dispersals of the forget-me-nots. I think we're going to sit here a little bit longer and see what other insects come by.
Also admiring the waterhole. And what on earth bird is that calling? It's like a Cape turtle dove with a strange accent. Anyway, we were actually looking at a water thickney that's just at the edge of the water. It's been there for a long time, weeks and weeks, maybe even over a month. And just wondering, we've looked for a nest before to see if it was maybe nesting. We weren't able to see a nest or anything. Might still have a nest though. Just have to be lucky enough to find it. But we're not going to stay at the waterhole too much longer. I think after this, we're going to head around in a sort of circular route just to see what might be around here, what interesting tracks and signs we might find. And what normally happens is as we leave the water, herds of elephants start arriving, so it's kind of the ultimate goal. Those sounds, it's incredibly peaceful. Now you can hear the woodpecker. Just up there, it's a golden-tailed woodpecker, just sitting right up there. I don't know if you'd come here, Craig, I don't know if you'll be able to just see him through that gap there, just tapping on that tree. You see him there with a red head. That's the golden-tailed woodpecker tapping away, listening for hollow sounds in the wood. And when it hears something hollow, it hammers even more. Chipping away at the loose bark and using a very hooked, barbed tongue to extract any larvae from inside these little cavities. It's a really awesome technique that no other bird uses except the woodpeckers.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we've moved. Oh, they've just started running. We've moved about another 100 meters. Run by here. Oh, a little mini migration happening here. That was brilliant. It was quite funny. I was actually just saying to Johan now, I love how they run. They've got that characteristic gallop, especially in this area here, this open floodplain. Solly's asking if I've ever experienced a stampede. Not one where I've actually been involved in it, or at least not with wild animals. I've seen especially wildebeest run quite a bit, and buffalo, big herds of buffalo, when something might be chasing it like a lion. I've seen them run, or one just instigates a bit of a stampede and they all then get a fright and run. I've seen that a few times. I'm not sure if that answers your question. I haven't been involved in one, no. But yeah, I've seen a stampede of buffalo and wildebeest a few times. Also noticed just at the base of that hill, as we drove up, there were a couple of buffalo. They were moving off into that thicket there. It's a bit out of our reach at the moment. And it was yesterday they were all in this open area to our right, and they moved off. That's actually why I came down to the floodplain. I was hoping to see them. So we will carry on slowly moving forward and see if we can get a shot of them before they move into the thicket. Pretty difficult, just out of the reach of the camera at the moment. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to try and squeeze past these wildebeest, see if we can get closer to those buffalo before they head into that thicker area. In the meantime, you're going to head over to Mike in Pridelands.
So we found a really cool thing. Now you can't see it right now, but there's a big pile of dung here with a hole directly beneath it. Oh, it looks like it's coming out. And there's a dung beetle that is burying some dung. I suppose that's what they do, right? And there are different types of dung beetle, and now this one is probably what we call a paracoprid. They directly descend underneath piles of dung with their dung ball or with a packet of dung to feed on or to lay eggs in. I've just never seen it before. I've never seen a dung beetle make a hole like this. I wish you could see it, though. When we first got here, there was very clearly the carapace, or the back end of the dung beetle was there. You know what? The whole inside of that is moving. I think what I'm looking at is actually the whole dung ball itself. Man, I'd love to be able to... Oh, it would be very unethical, but to dig this thing up or to open it up to see what it looks like inside. I'm using a torch right now to try and shine in there. It's not really working. But it's so cool. I mean, from the angle that I'm at, it's very difficult because, of course, the camera looks at it from one angle and I'm looking from a different. But I can literally see the whole bottom inside that hole is busy moving. So there's definitely buried a whole dung ball in there, and it's just trying to probably lay its eggs in there or do something. Might even be the female we're looking at. It's nice to see so much insect activity. And because we had such a wet year, the abundance of insects was phenomenal. Normally at this time of the year, we hardly have any activity of dung beetles or other little creatures. So it means they're doing very well. We're probably going to have a couple of really buggy years, which is great for those people who like them, and not so great for people who don't like creepy crawlies. And you can see other small little things crawling around there, all around the entrance of the hole, which are also attracted to the dung pile. Now, I wonder if I open this dung pile up, I'll be very gentle and I'll close it again. I'm going to switch this light off, Craig. Is that fine? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to just open this dung pile up slightly and see what might be underneath there. It's very hard on the outside. It's got like a nice hard covering, so it's moist inside. If I open it, I wonder if there'll be any activity in there. Love opening up piles of poop. Not really. It's very cold. I can feel already it's cold inside there. And you can see that in there, just in there. That's a soft hole covered with dirt. There's a dung beetle that's already buried a dung ball in there. So that's another one of those ones we call paracoprids, who just parachute straight down underneath the dung pile. If I would use my stick to dig in here, which I'm not going to, we'd probably find some that live in there. And those are called endocoprids, the ones that live inside the dung ball itself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close this up to make sure that they don't lose any moisture unnecessarily, which will allow their eggs and larvae to develop successfully.
Founded in 1973, the Endangered Wildlife Trust has consistently and effectively worked towards achieving our conservation legacy. Contribute to this legacy by visiting EWT's Get Wild eShop and purchase products with a purpose.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
We've managed to keep up with our herd. They're moving through, well, on top of the drainage. Still very close to Gowrie Dam, but they're actually, I'm not sure if it is the same ones that were on the dam cam earlier, because they're actually moving towards the dam. So I do wonder if it'll be beneficial to stick with them and maybe they'll go for a drink. I adore Ellies when they're drinking. I adore them anyway. We were talking about the matriarch earlier, and just to sort of wrap around that, why would any animal or any social animal have a matriarch, really? You have to think about the role that they will play, and in elephants, it really profits the herd greatly to follow the matriarch, because she shapes their daily lives. All of the family members in the herd, she shapes their life. She affects their general health, or her decisions affect their general health, their body condition, and ultimately, at the end of the day, their survival rate and reproductive success. All of that leans on the matriarch. Good matriarchs, apparently not all elephants make good matriarchs. And again, it goes back to that book I was reading, Beyond Words, by Carl Safina. It goes deep into the role of the matriarch and how not all elephants have the right personality to be the matriarch. Some actually fail, and some are not good. Some don't lead the herd to success. So a good matriarch will actually balance the sort of needs of family members in the herd to keep them together. Some members might want to go for water, some might not. There might be internal disputes over decisions on where to go next. So she needs to balance that. For example, mothers with really young calves, they actually need to drink a lot more water and more frequently in order to maintain their milk production than others. So possibly the new mothers would want to keep going for water, but other members in the herd say, no, we don't want to go back for water, we don't need water, we want to eat. So she needs to balance that. At the end of the day, the matriarch makes a decision, and she will balance the needs of all members in the herd. I guess the costs involved in being in a herd would be having to put up with everybody. Putting up with what everyone else wants, even when it doesn't sort of benefit your own interest. It's like, Susie wants to go for another drink. Ugh. I guess that's a downside of herd life. But there's definitely more benefits than costs. Sorry, Elton, my comms broke up there. What was that question? Sally, not necessarily. Larger herd doesn't directly relate to a better matriarch, but reproductive success can be related, possibly not directly, but indirectly to her. So those herds that are thriving and producing lots of young who are also thriving, then indirectly, I guess, she's a good matriarch. And when I say bad matriarch, maybe that's the wrong term. I don't mean bad as in a bad personality or not good. I just mean maybe not strong enough, or maybe possibly doesn't have that ability to lead the herd properly. So I don't mean bad as in evil. That was maybe the wrong terminology there from myself, but definitely across the board, when you study matriarchs, some females almost have that innate drive to be a matriarch, to be a leader. I guess it's the same with humans. We're not all born to be leaders. Maybe we don't all want to be. So larger herds, indirectly, Sally, I would say, could be down to the fact that they've got a really strong leader. So yes. And if the herd gets too large, naturally, as you know, they can split into kinship groups. And a new matriarch will arise. And it's normally the next oldest, the one that's ready to take on that responsibility. A big responsibility for big animals. So we're still going to try and stick with these Ellies because we're in a good discussion, but we are going to send you over to Ngala to say good afternoon.
A warm welcome to all our viewers here at Ambion Ngala. Now, currently looking at a big male giraffe that has just moved in the shade there behind some cover, so we can't really see him that well. But I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala. I'm going to be your ranger for this afternoon, and on camera we have Paul. So just to show you where we have been driving this afternoon, so I have a map here of Ngala. So now, basically, if you look here, you'll see like on this side here's the east, the west is on the opposite side, south is down here, and north, of course, up in this direction here. And we are mainly focusing here on the southeastern part of the reserve around this area here. And we are moving down or up towards the river to see if there's any signs of possibly some lions or leopard this afternoon. We tried for some lions here, and we found them, but they were in a really dense area, and we couldn't view them from where we were, so we had to wrap up on that and eventually move on up towards the river area here. So hopefully this afternoon we'll see if there's any other tracks or signs, especially of some lions or leopard. But of course, nice way to start the afternoon is by seeing the giraffe. I see this giraffe has moved into a more open area, so it might be nice if we can try and get another glimpse of that giraffe. Quite amazing how that giraffe, you can see how it's just stretching to reach some of those leaves. And what's amazing though is that tree that it's feeding off is known as a Timbwiti tree. Now if we had to eat the leaves of that tree, we'll become very, very sick. And just see how he's picking away at it. It's incredible how they can maneuver their mouth around those branches and now and again just wrap their tongue around it, twig, and then pull those leaves off. See how it just maneuvered its tongue there. You'll see in the, like just in front of it, there was a bird that was flying right in front of that giraffe. And what it's doing is it's trying to catch any insect that maybe, as this giraffe is feeding off that tree and disturbing the branches, as it flaps, they'll go and, if anything flies away from it, they'll try and grab it. It's called the fork-tailed drongo. See there, it's just flying and heading back. And how I know it's a male versus a female is if you look at the way this one is feeding, if you notice the very top of those horns, or as they refer to them as ossicones, you'll see these bold patches. Often with the males, whenever they fight with each other for dominance, they'll hit each other with their heads in a behavior called necking, and that, the tip of the horns there, or the ossicones, they then brush away for any bit of the hair. So it looks like they have these two bold patches on top of their head. Victor, it can. It all depends, how toxic this plant would be. But this one here, to give you an idea, that tree that it's feeding off is called a tambuti, as we mentioned earlier on. But what's interesting about it is in some of the tribes in Africa, they use that in order to poison fish. Whenever they wanted to get some fish for food, of course, they'll then grind down the bark or even the leaves and then put that into the water, and that eventually kills the fish. And if we had to have a barbecue or braai with the wood of that tree and the smoke gets into any meat or whatever you might be cooking, then you will be sick to the point of death. But if you look at this giraffe, how much of that tree is actually fed off before it will start moving on to the next one. And their whole digestive system is adapted in order to help them digest and not really negatively affect them. It might even be that this particular tree could help to kill some of the internal parasites. What's quite amazing is you'll see as this giraffe is feeding, there's a lot of the leaves that are dropping to the ground. Now, I've often seen with some of the other animals in the area, like impala, maybe even nyala, in times of when it's really dry, there might not be a lot of food available. So often, those little bit of leaves that fall down to the ground, they'll go and pick them up and actually follow the elephants or follow the giraffe and pick that up from the ground. So now look at how he's just stretching the tongue all the way to the top to get that more juicy leaves versus the lower hanging branches. I've also seen a giraffe before, like this one, when it couldn't reach the leaves, it actually stretched out its tongue, wrapped it around the branch, pulled it into its mouth and broke the branch that it hung down lower and fed off that. Zufukile, with some of the trees that I've noticed in this area is something like a guari tree. Like they do, I have seen them try and feed off of it, but it's one tree that they necessarily might not feed off. It has very leathery leaves to it, on them, but most of the bigger trees in this area, the giraffes would feed on. It's only from my observations, the only tree that I've noticed they don't necessarily feed on, but of course they can. If pushed and they're really hungry, I'm sure they'll be able to eat that as well. You can see that bird just darted down again to try and see if it can catch any possible fly or maybe an insect that moved or jumped off the branch. So where that giraffe is moving to, so see right in front of the giraffe, it looks like the ground goes down and then back up again. So that's like a riverbed that runs on that side, so a drainage system. And it might be that the giraffe has moved to this area because whenever you have like a riverbed or drainage system where water will run off, the trees tend to be a lot bigger in the area. And also maybe the fact that there's a lot of water around might mean that the leaves could be more juicy. And that could have brought him to this area here. He's really enjoying himself right now and having a late afternoon snack. I think in the meantime, while he's having a feast, I think let's leave him be and carry on with our search. Now, just the general direction we're going to be heading in now is we're going to start heading into a northerly direction to see what we can find near the river.
For a link, live.
So we are sitting back on the dam wall. We had gone for a walk, and as I suggested, I mean, within minutes of leaving the walk, elephants would probably come or leaving for a walk, elephants would probably come, and we bumped into some. They weren't very close to us, but they seemed to be moving towards the waterhole, so we made our way back to the dam wall. And of course, as all wild animals love to do to any guides that try and predict their behavior, they'll do exactly the opposite of what you expect, and they basically stopped now to feed, literally meters from the dam where we can't see them. I don't know if you can catch a glimpse of them there, Craig. Can you see them at all? Not. I could see their ears every now and again moving, but now, I mean, they're moving just there towards the tallest knob thorn that you can see there. If we walk across, you'll be able to spot them, I'm sure. Sorry, everyone, give us a moment. We're just trying to organize ourselves. These elephants are making a real fool out of us. There they are. So you can just see them through the trees there moving. It's not an easy view, but those are the elephants that we saw, and they are still heading towards us, but very slowly. They're kind of feeding as they go. It looked like a small group, maybe just a couple of males, a small group of males, but we never know. That's the reason why we didn't try and approach them on foot away from the wall, because we thought, oftentimes as we get close to the waterhole, elephants start to congregate and then they all push down together. Can you see it there, Craig? Look like it's going to come onto the road there next to where those leadwoods are, but at the distance, there they come. Can you see them there? So they seem to be walking across now. I'm sure they're going to come onto the small road that runs along the side of Leopard Dam and come and drink right here where they always do, at this shallow section close to this little Tamboti island. I can't tell how many there are. It looks like about 3, 4.
Speaking in 10, 9,
maybe 3 or 4.
8.
We'll keep you updated if they come back.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Also speaking.
We left the Ellies. They unfortunately went a little bit too far into the drainage. So we're now going to pop into the Mulwati, and I am determined to show you Mr. and Mrs. Wig. They're back. They're back in town. Getting ready to start making another little wig this year. We saw Seb Wig in November, I think. Sure, it was November. So we sort of won't see a chick until a little while, but it would be lovely to follow the story of, oh, hello, beautiful. There's one in front of us as well. Some kudos. But it would be lovely to follow the story of the spotted eagle owls again. So it's very tricky signal-wise for us, but we're going to try and work it. How you work signal, I don't know, but we're going to try. We may not have the most spectacular visuals, but I think you would all be overjoyed to see Mr. and Mrs. Wig again. Even the kudu are happy to see them. Right, guys? He's listening. You see the ears are swiveling around. Did you get that comment, Aaron? What's the comment?
Kudus, the cool dudes.
Kudus, the cool dudes. Agreed, although these are dudettes. Yes, you don't want to be called a dude, do you? You're a dudette. Kudus, the cool dudettes. Doesn't quite work, does it? I love it, though. They are absolutely stunning. It was so nice seeing them on the dam cam this morning. Come down and have a drink. Very cautiously so, but they did. Now we only have a bum shot. Let's see if we can move forward. I actually haven't driven this road in a very long time. Sometimes we forget to drive some roads and then you realise that you're probably missing a lot that might actually be happening on that road. I don't think we're going to get another visual. But that's okay, I'm on a mission. I want to see the wigs. Just seeing Mrs. Wig and Mr. Wig just brought back so much joy and so much memories, or so many memories, of Sebwig, of course, who was a success. I believe he dispersed, and he's probably now getting ready to have his own little babies. Sadly, our Olivia was not quite so successful, but that just shows you the harsh reality of nature and how difficult it is for these spotted eagle owls. Okay, so we're going to head into the Mulwati. Hopefully the next time you see us, we'll have some owls, but we are going to send you across to Mike at the dam.
The elephants have arrived. They quickly made their way down from far from the dam to very close. Now they're drinking at their normal spot, close to that little Tambuti island, and I have to be very quiet because, as you can see, two of them are drinking quite happily, but one of them seems to have stopped, and I'm not sure if it's because it can hear what I'm saying. Look at that. There is some sort of infrasound communication. We cannot hear what they're saying to each other, but they're definitely communicating. Did you hear that? You definitely heard that rumble. Almost certainly these elephants have smelled us. I don't think they can see us, but they could probably hear me or smell us. The one elephant just said to them, "Hey everyone, something fishy is going on here." They're not alarmed just yet. Apparently my audio is coming through a little bit weird, so I'm just going to help you out there. That might be a little bit better, I hope. I hope you can hear me better now. I was just saying, these elephants were rumbling quietly to each other. I think they could smell us or hear me speaking. But they seem to have gotten back to normal now. They had a bit of communication, and now they seem to be getting on with it. The one elephant still standing still there, close to the leadwood tree. These are three young bulls. None of them are particularly old. Probably none of them are even yet in their 30s, in my opinion. They're all quite small. Definitely big enough that we had to move out of their way. But generally these young bulls are, or rather, bulls in general, are a fairly relaxed bunch. They can be a bit boisterous in a group, but these ones all look quite fine, quite calm. Look at that, they've stopped again. More infrasound, more communication that's happening. At a level we can hardly hear. I don't know if you heard that rumbling again. Still just chatting to each other. Now, we see these three elephants, but there are probably dozens, if not hundreds, of other elephants around this area of Pride Lands because we see them drinking every day at the dam. So it's quite possible that they're communicating to other elephants that might want to come down soon. I hope that's the case. It would be nice to have even more elephants coming down to the water to drink. Sugarbits, they're incredibly closely related to mammoths. I don't know in a percentage basis just how closely related they are, but it would be similar along the lines of, for example, forest elephants and Asian elephants and African elephants are. They're all probably in a similar genus or closely related family groups, but not quite the same. You could probably, they always talk about recreating animals that have become extinct using DNA. So you could probably take mammoth DNA and put it into a female elephant and somehow get something that is similar to a mammoth. It's probably possible. I don't know ethically if it would be right, but it's probably quite possible to do so. I mean, they looked almost the same, They maybe had slightly larger front parts, much bigger tusks. They were hairy, but in general, the body shape was more or less the same, with a trunk, pillar-like legs, big ears, and tusks. of course their huge size. The mammoths were mostly hunted out, we believe, at the end of the Ice Age, which I think was somewhere around 10,000 to 20,000 years ago, by what were then the precursors to modern humans. It might have been a bit longer ago than that, but in any case, they've been gone for a long time. It would be interesting. I think they were far larger than the elephants that we have now, much taller, I think. Similar to how most animals that live in very cold regions tend to have quite big bodies. Think of polar bears, think of, seals. Well, I'm not sure the name who asked that question about how much they can drink, but it's a heck of a lot. That's what I can tell you right now. Each time they suck in with their trunk, they're probably taking in about 5 to 10 liters into the trunk, and then they spray that into their mouth. And I mean, that one elephant drinking now has been drinking for a good 5 to 10 minutes. Maybe an elephant can drink over 200 liters of water in a day. About, I think I've said this before, about 5% of an animal's body weight per day in moisture for those water-dependent animals. So if this elephant bull weighs 3 to 4 tons, yeah, somewhere around 150 to 200 liters of water a day. I can't see where those other two have gone now. Let me just stand up. Oh, no, I can see them. Still just rumbling along, communicating with each other. Now you can see the vegetation is very dry at the moment. I mean, with the backlight like this, we can actually see a lot of green. I'm not sure if it comes out on the screen, but there is a lot of green. But it's because we're close to water. The further you go from this water, the drier the vegetation becomes. And so these elephants will be drinking even more water at this time of year. Or that elephant's going to go and press against that leadwood. Oh no, it just had a little bit of a sniff. I thought it was maybe going to give that leadwood a push and a shake to show how strong it is. Well, they seem to be moving off now in a nice, slow and calm manner. Maybe we'll get lucky enough that more elephants will come along, but we'll just enjoy these as they gently roll along up the hill.
We know how important it is for young people to have a connection to nature through our live safaris. They are the future protectors of the planet. Over the years, we have been joined on safari by schools from all over the world.
Seeing those students connecting with somebody lifetime in Africa, what else could you ask for? It's just an incredible experience for everyone.
Believe it or not, but that is the dropping of a giraffe. Do you believe that?
Students, about probably 3,000 from New South Wales, have just enjoyed this live streaming.
And we learned that some trees are male and female. That's pretty cool, right?
We were able to experience what it was like in South Africa and to see a whole lot of different creatures.
Educating our youth about the environmental threats we face is critical. Our future depends on it. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is actively leading the charge. Their goal is to encourage children to fall in love with our natural world and to empower them to live sustainably in the future. Through their school programs, the children learn to report on environmental issues through videos, articles, and photos.
The YRE program has changed my life in so many beneficial ways. Being out there at the workshops, I was entitled to talk with others, socialize, as well as my writing skills and leadership skills have improved, so it has been great.
WESA is a membership-based organization. By joining WESA, you will be helping to provide valuable support for these youth education initiatives.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
Welcome back, everyone, to and beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Well, as you can see, we have now left the floodplain and we're now sort of just moseying on along the riverside here. This is the Mzanene River. We just decided to stop here and do a bit of birding. A little bit quiet this afternoon. We spotted African jacana a little bit earlier. One or two egrets. And other than that, not too much at the moment. It's quite lovely to have the sun behind us and have it shining on those fever trees. Roxanne's asking, is it normal for Phinda to look this green in winter? Yeah, it's not too unusual. I mentioned a little bit earlier that we have had pretty decent rain this year, especially during the beginning of the year. So I think it's a little bit more than usual. So it's possibly slightly more greener than what it would be at this time of year. But Phinda doesn't really ever get very, very dry. It is quite a lush area. So I think at most, a lot of the watering holes the majority of the watering holes will dry up. And a lot of the grass will start to dry up and die down. So in that sense, probably a little bit more dry than what it is now. But other than that, you'll still get these green thickets. There's those fever trees I was talking about a bit earlier. One of my favorite. They always seem to glow when the sunlight hits them. I could just sit for hours here. Megan's saying it's a lovely spot we chose. Definitely. Definitely is. It's such a lovely spot. You can just hear all the birds in the background. I had a Rudza Palace just a moment ago. It is a really nice spot. And as that sun starts to, there's a crinum lily, as the sun starts to go down, that golden light comes through. It's just stunning. Just past that crinum lily was, if it's still there, was where that jacana is. You can just see the head of it there. That's it there. A bit difficult. See it, but yeah, there it is. That one's moving. we're going to carry on down the river, down this river road, rather, and see what we can find. But it sounds like Nikki's managed to find an elephant, so you're going to head over there.
So we were rewarded by that elephant. There's actually a whole herd of elephants that we found on the other side of the waterhole, but they are in quite a dense area. This is the only one that is more towards the open where we can actually have a view of it. So let's spend some time here and just see if we can get this elephant eventually, if it turns, so we can get another view of it. But at the moment, this is probably going to be the best view that we're going to get. Now, it might be that often with elephants, if they finish drinking water, they'll move and feed for quite a bit. And you can see this one has moved, and actually its whole head is in that tree, feeding off some of the leaves there. So let's just give it some time and see if we can get another glimpse. So hopefully this elephant turns towards us. Now there's also a few elephants moving behind us. I'm just being very aware of where so that we don't end up in the middle of the herd. Now, to give you an idea, the direction this elephant is facing is in the easterly direction. And the herd behind us is now crossed from left to right, so from west to east. Similar direction that this elephant is facing. So I'm wondering if they keep on moving the way they do, eventually this one might decide to join and start heading more into that bush or in that direction away from us. You can see it's pretty relaxed, the tail now and again flicking. You can see the ears fanning. I can believe it's elephant day everywhere. I'm sure some of the other places have also managed to see quite a bit of elephants. I know often on a warm day, especially in the winter time, and of course in summer, is that often the animals that would be moving the most would be things like elephants, maybe buffalo, and the animals like lions, leopard. They probably would be lying down in the heat of the day. You could also find that cheetah and wild dogs could also be moving like this elephant this time of the afternoon. But we haven't seen any fish tracks or signs. Now it might be that this elephant, I don't know if it might be pregnant, but do you notice the bulge? Like if you look right in the middle of the back where the spine is, and then suddenly notice this massive bulge on the side. Could have also been just the way the elephant was standing. But I thought I saw a big bulge there, almost indicating that this one could be pregnant. I wonder if this one is trying to push the tree. Just look at that bulge on the side now. Try and see if I can get another glimpse of the binoculars as well. If I look between the legs, it does look very confusing because it almost looks like a male, but based on the forehead of this elephant as well as that big bump on the side, It could be a cow, and just the angle at which we're looking at might look like a young bull. So with this elephant moving off, I think what we'll do as well is we'll just see which direction she's going so that we don't move between her and the herd. But if we don't get another glimpse from here, we'll probably just move out of this area. But how incredible was that to see? Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to get another view. So what I'm hoping to do from here is I think let's slowly carry on. But for now, as we move past these elephants, let's head across to Mike, apparently on a bushwalk.
As glamorous, I suppose, as one expects a safari to be, but very importantly, we found some interesting droppings. And we just had a short discussion with Jan Hendrik, our security, and he was saying, no, I think this is probably a zebra. And we looked at it and we thought maybe it's a zebra, but you know, with zebra tracks, it's a lot like horse or zebra dung. It's a lot like horse dung. Normally you would see this kind of color, sure, but you would see a shape that's kind of like this one over here, kind of like this one, kidney bean type of shape, but usually with a very distinctive crack appearing in the middle as it starts to dry. It's quite a distinctive feature of a zebra dung. No, I wondered if maybe you at home, the viewers, might be able to identify what this was. This was not a zebra. What other animal has similar droppings, similar color, similar size, but it's not a zebra? I was looking if it maybe had other things in here. I broke one of the pellets open to see if it had been eating other things, because this creature sometimes does eat a variety of different things, not just grasses, but, you know, this time of year, especially close to the dam, it seems like there is a lot of grass in here. Doesn't look like it's been eating a whole lot of other things. What do you think this might have been if it wasn't a zebra? I'm really trying to look here. It's quite a big pile, so it might confuse you a little bit. This is not necessarily a huge animal. And this might be another little hint here. You see this? That's a bit of dried mud, which is sitting here right next to this pile of droppings. So it's an animal which might also have enjoyed a little bit of mudding. A little bit of a wallow. In fact, there's even another piece of mud just behind me here. A much larger piece. There you go. A much larger piece of mud that's still slightly soft. Not very soft, but slightly soft. I suspect as this animal was walking down the road, little bits of mud were falling off of it. What could it have been? I'm trying to see other bits of evidence, but this being quite a busy road, all of the tracks of this animal have been completely removed and obscured. I don't know what else it could have been. I believe you're trying to communicate with me, but unfortunately I've lost comms. Did you hear that, Craig?
Chris asked if it's a warthog.
Ah, Chris, you are spot on. It is indeed a warthog, Chris. Now, warthog dung, or we should actually call it feces, because it is an omnivorous animal. So well done, you've done very well with my little evidence. I hope it was the evidence that helped you, or actually I hope you knew what it was before anyway. But warthog sometimes eats omnivorous. Sometimes they'll eat eggs, and they'll eat small birds from the nests. They'll eat fruits, roots, whatever they can find. And so you mustn't handle this with your hands. And it has this triangular shape. Do you see this kind of triangular type of shape here? That's quite typical of a warthog sort of pellet. That's pretty cool. Well done. Good job. It's actually quite smelly now that I've broken this one open. I might have made poor choices here. But I'm glad to see they're around. Oh, I hear a vehicle coming as well. We might have to get up off the road where we are, lest we get driven over by someone who's also coming to visit the waterhole. There's no more animals around here at the moment. It's quite quiet. But we'll see what else we can find as we move around. We're going to continue doing a little bit of a circuit around here.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh. And look how tiny that little rhino is. Oh, please don't. Ah, there it goes. Just moved off. Well, as you can see, we've moved up from the river. And we were on our way up this hill. And as we came up, we spotted these 3 rhino. Quite a brief glimpse we had now, but it looked like it was cow, calf, and another young bull. We're going to slowly just see if we can get another view of them. Pressure on them. Stop here. Let them relax a little bit. Hoping they join back onto the road. It looks like they're going to. Now, it looks like they do want to get onto the road there. The rhinos will often use roads as a path of least. Oh, there's that little one pop out. That is too cute. And there's that younger bull I was talking about.
We thought we would just maybe walk down to the water's edge where we think this warthog might have been wallowing, or a warthog might have been wallowing, and we've come across some not fresh buffalo tracks just around here. Lots of big, deep holes all over here. And now you might be wondering, how on earth does he know this was a buffalo? Is it labeled? No, it's certainly not labeled, but big round tracks like this, not big enough to be an elephant or a rhino, for example. Could have been a giraffe, except giraffes don't have these. Do you see, maybe I'm moving around a bit much here, Craig, sorry, but do you see these 2 deep holes here? These are called the dew claws. So the buffalo's hoof went in there, and at the back of the hoof there are these 2 vestigial toes, I suppose you'd call them, like toes that are no longer forming any function, and they poke out over here so they can see them in the soft mud. So this buffalo looks like it was wallowing just over here. You can see a nice big wallow patch over there. It looks like you might even be able to see a leg. Maybe there was a leg over there. Maybe the head was over there. The body, another leg perhaps over here. Very interesting. As you can see, we're at the western end of Leopard Dam, the side which we normally up there on that edge, a little bit raised up, so we never usually get to come this side, but that's pretty cool. There's even warthog tracks actually, just over here. This looks like warthog was maybe just over here. as well as loads and loads of bird tracks all over the spot here. This is probably from a bird such as the blacksmith lapwings that we're seeing around the waterhole quite frequently. They move along the edge of the mud. They are waders, and they move their feet to disturb small insects, invertebrates, and they move their feet, and when they disturb those things, they then catch them quickly with their bill, which is quite amazing to watch. It's very, very quick, very agile little birds.
Isn't this lovely? I know it seems like a sort of strange sighting because there's a brick wall behind this beautiful leopard. It's a young male, it's Mareeb's. So it kind of looks like it could be your backyard, doesn't it? But it's actually the dam wall here at Chitwa. Isn't he just lovely? He's actually not very far from where we were earlier looking at the hippos. Oh, yeah, very nice, very nice. It's just because I'm so used to seeing the dam wall, I haven't really looked at it in terms of a sighting and just that picture, that what you're getting to see right now. And it looks like it could be, the back of our house or something. Somewhere in the city, a leopard chilling like this. But in fact not, he's just very smart. And he's lying down where there's some nice concrete. That's cool. And everywhere else is quite warm. It's also nice and shady there. And it's mostly protected from any animals that could potentially bother him. In the sense that they could alarm at him. And I imagine that could be quite irritating. It's like somebody looking at you and shouting, "Go, go, I see you, go," and you're trying to relax, A lot of you are saying he looks very, very comfy there. Certainly does. I love seeing the white underside of leopards. It's so clean and beautiful. Megan, I'm going to say your comment just like my director did, because he said, "Megan, so adorable." I'm sure that's how you said it, Megan. I also think so. Just beautiful. I was so hoping to see spots today. I'm sure you were too. It's a feast for the eyes. Well, you know how sightings at Chitwa, they can be very busy. So we're going to spend as much time as we can here. We're going to send you over to Lauren in the meantime. She's got another bird.
By the name of Batilda. Now, I do have good news and bad news for you all. Good news, I guess, is we went to check on the owls and we get signal. Bad news is the owls were not there. But we get signal. Oh, are we gonna fly? No. I'm just stretching. Okay, hello, dear. How are you? There's a lot of psychology behind, should you deliver good news or bad news first? Should you deliver the good news first so that the people are happy and then the bad news doesn't seem as bad? Or should you deliver the bad news first to get it out the way and then the good news sort of offsets that bad news? But anyway, we get signal. Oh, little Batilda, it's very good to see you. She is sitting right above her nest. Not in her nest, but on a branch just above her nest. So she's back on her usual spot. I think you should fly for us. Oh, many of you are saying bad news is always better to hear first. Yeah, I think I have to agree. Because then when you know there's bad news, you just want to hear it. You can't appreciate the good news. I have to say I agree. But it's interesting. There's lots of psychology behind it. But we will get the owls one day. We'll keep checking now that we know we get signal. I've got my little avian route. African hawk eagle nest, Batilda, and the Wiggs house. Oh. I think you were thinking about flying. But Davi and I watched this little one the other day, and he soared, and he soared, and he kept soaring. It was almost like he'd eaten too many sugary sweets, and he just could not stop flying. But then I think he tires easily. He's still young, remember? Are you going to fly for us, Batilda? Yes, I think you should. I'd love to see this little one next to Mum and Dad. Actually, I got asked last night, I think, about the size comparison. And he does look huge. But... Thrown Darren under the bus, Batilda. And off he goes. He may come back around. Let's just give it a moment or two. He also may not come back, but sometimes he does a complete circle and lands in that exact same spot. Okay, let's see if we can reverse, see where he landed. At least he took flight, that's one thing. And it was a lovely sighting. As I try to relocate my little batelier, we're going to send you guys over to Pin.
Everyone to beyond in the private game reserve, where we've still been following these three rhino. Just moved onto the road and ran down. There is a dam, a watering hole just in front of us. But I do think, there they go, they've cut off to our left now. There they go. I think what we're going to do, we're going to carry on towards this watering hole and hope they're going to come out and have a drink. Let's see. This is the watering hole I was talking about, so let's get onto the wall here and see if they actually come out and have a drink.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, Wild Earth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular spectacular land-based safari, Maritaba luxury lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of Wild Earth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years, DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching Wild Earth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
So a little earlier today we saw a woodpecker tapping away at a piece of log looking for insects, and just as we walked through this little section of the drainage line, we actually came across this dead tamboti branch, which is absolutely riddled with these tiny little holes from little wood-boring insects. And now what's even better is we can see where woodpeckers, probably one single woodpecker in one single feeding event, chipped away at all this bark to get to these wood-boring insects inside. And it's so easy, when you can imagine a woodpecker would just come along and tap away like this. Tapping away and exposing the potential insects. Now, the fact that this has been so widely fed upon, I suspect that there's not too many more insects living in here that are still left. I think that woodpecker would have got a lot of them. And now you can actually see a hole just over here, which looks like it's actually been extended by the woodpecker, pecking away, chiseling away at the edges, making it a little larger, for it to shoot its tongue into. It's got a barbed tongue, which is quite sticky. Shoot its tongue in there, grab the larvae and pull it out and eat that. So it'll literally be doing that all the way up here, finding all the little, so tapping away, listening for hollow sections. Right, that's very interesting. I love seeing this little kind of stuff. But in the meantime, we'll send you back to Phinda with some rhinos.
Welcome back, everyone, to Ambion Phinda Private Game Reserve, where, just as we were hoping, these three rhino have popped out. Absolutely stunning. That is definitely one of the smaller rhinos I've ever seen. It was quite cute actually. The one, that young male actually slipped a bit. You can see he's on a bit of a slope there. There's that little calf. I'm trying to work out the rough age of that little calf. And if it does come round, one of the ways to tell if that second horn normally starts at about a year, And you can see it hasn't actually even started yet. There's not even a little bump. So definitely I would say under a year. Probably around close to maybe 6-8 months old. So they're still very, very young. And it's actually quite an interesting dynamic that's happening at the moment. The cow actually chased a bit earlier, chased the young male away. And what normally happens is cows will push away their oldest calf. As soon as they have a young calf, they'll push that one away. It normally happens at about 2.5 years old. So I think it's at that stage now where mom will look to push away that older calf, that young bull. There was a bit of squealing and huffing and puffing a bit earlier. Obviously a bit of a And what often happens is then these young bulls or younger calves will join up with another bull or another cow and then become what we call satellite calves. Some of the viewers might recognize this watering hole. A couple of weeks ago, myself and Jan, we had those 3 elephant bulls actually fighting in this watering hole. It's the same one. Having a nice long drink there. It's been quite a warm day, so I'm sure they're enjoying that water there. White rhinos obviously being dependent on water and can drink up to around 70 litres of water a day. So quite a fair amount of water. You can hear the little grebes in the background. Debbie's asking how long will the baby stay with its mom. It's normally at around 2.5 years is when mom will start to push that young one away. And that's what I was talking about earlier. It's probably what's happening with this other calf, this other young bull. At bulls at that stage where mom will push it away. Lisa's asking, do I think rhino bulls are good fathers? It's a bit of a tricky one to answer because They wouldn't play much of a role in the young one's life. That's pretty much the cow that would raise the young ones. So the bulls don't play much of a role in the young one's lives. However, though, they will, the other bulls, young bulls, will join up with older bulls just for safety. So I suppose in that sense they do give protection, but it's not necessarily each young one's father. So the golden-tailed woodpecker to our left. It's such a lovely scene. So much of that golden light I was talking about earlier is starting to come through. Beautiful sunset starting to creep through the trees there. Have a look at those ears on the mom, on the cow there. You'll notice how they're constantly moving around, constantly scanning. They're pointed right forward. They move independently of each other. Always very alert, especially with regards to the sounds around them. Ian's asking, will the baby stay within the herd and not get pushed away? So how it would work is mom would then push, as I said earlier, mom would push a calf away when it gets to around 2.5 years old. So I think it's normally at the stage when a cow's at that stage where she'll have another calf. So I think what's happened here is she's had this one calf, the older one, the larger one that we can see now facing us, which is about, I would assume, about 2.5 years old. She's now then had another young. So it's at that stage where that older calf will get pushed out. And then they often then join up with another cow and calf. And that one will become what's called a satellite calf. So the young one, the smallest one, that's just starting to pop out now, will stick with mom till at least it's 2.5 years old. So white rhino calves are only weaned at about 18 months. So this one's still about one third of its way until it'll actually be weaned. And I think now they've had their drink, they'll probably move into a bit more of an open area, especially as the sun's starting to set. And that's where they'll spend the rest of the night.
all enjoy the moment and listen, always listening to the beautiful sounds of the bush. Isn't it just beautiful? No signs of the African sulky goso, but it's always worth stopping and listening.
Mareebs have gotten up and moved to the other side of the dam wall in basically the exact spot I had Chuchava's son a couple of months back when he was fishing here. Semba. And now we've got Mareeb's Tandi's son here too. So he's caught something. I'm not sure what it is because as we came around the corner, you just see him with it in his mouth, and it's got a white underbelly. So it could be a barbel or maybe a lizard of some sort. And we haven't been able to get a good look at all. This is the best we've been able to see. For me, though, any time spent with the leopard is valuable and very entertaining. He's in a really dense portion at the moment, but as soon as he gets up, we'll have a great kind of arena to view him from. And all his antics. I hope that Tandi will be around too. It's probably not very far. He's over a year now. Which means that Tandi will be in attendance a lot less. He's very, very close to independence. About a year and a half, but male leopard cubs tend to stay with their mothers a little bit longer than females. I'm not sure if that only applies to leopards. Male cubs are mommy's boys. Of course, that's not always the case. Circumstances can push them to independence earlier. Loss of a mother, like with Hosanna. A mother that falls pregnant quickly. All those factors will affect at what point the cub becomes independent, completely independent. I love how as he's chewing, his whiskers are going up and down and up and down. Whatever it wasn't furry or feathery. Come on, show us. You always think this is the moment you're gonna get a glimpse of whatever it is you want to see. And with leopards, they know exactly how to kind of hide it from you until the last moment. It makes that moment all the more satisfying, though, when you finally see what it is they've caught. Or what it is they're playing with. Enjoying yourself? Yes, you look like you're enjoying yourself. Your head is tucked into your meal. I can hear a very light crunching. But it's likely very difficult for you to hear it. Hi, Moondust. You'd like to know if I think Thandi will have another cub? Well, firstly, Thandi is an older leopard, but leopards will mate and reproduce for as long as they live, and she's in good condition. Her teeth are not great, but, and the reason I say this is because it could hinder her ability to eat well and to catch prey, but she doesn't seem to be showing any kind of signs of deterioration, really. And since that is the case, there's no reason for her not to have another litter. Especially since, like we said, this guy is almost independent. For me, she looks like she could have another litter in her. But like I said, it's completely chance, anything can happen. But she won't stop reproducing just because she's over 13. "13 is about the average age of a leopard, or the longevity of a leopard in the wild. Very, very, very few animals lose the ability to reproduce as they get old. We are one of those. Now, whether Thandi will be able to raise a litter to independence is a separate question. Because that would essentially need her to be alive for an additional 2 years. but the lineage from which Thandi hails has a reputation for amazing longevity in the wild. So she could do it. She could do 2 more litters. Not impossible. We still haven't got a glimpse of what this little prince has managed to catch himself. If I figure it out, I'll let you know, but for now I'm going to send you back over to Mike. He's made his way back to the dam.
There's pied kingfishers fishing, there's Egyptian goose not fishing, there's a lot of small things happening. We did a big circuit around the dam. No hairy, scary mammals. But this kingfisher is very successful. I think it's caught something again, which is quite cool. The sun is golden, a little bit of ripples over the water. Just very, very peaceful. Very peaceful. There's a vehicle passing by us, also just enjoying the dam. Be a shame to keep it all to ourselves. It's getting to that time in the afternoon where it all just starts to come together. You think about the day you've had. Well, there's the kingfisher going again. You're going to see a splash soon. It hovers just there by that. Oh no, abandoned its hunt. Again, trying to make an absolute fool out of me. You know, every animal just does exactly the opposite of what you say it's going to do. But it's been a wonderful day in Africa. I don't know where you all are at home, what parts of the world you are, if you're in Australia, if you're in Europe, Americas, if you're in somewhere else in Africa or in Asia. I hope you've had a wonderful day as well. Or maybe you're just starting your day, and this will be a good start. You can hear some Virgil's cuckoos in the background making noise. A few swifts above the water, doves starting to come down. It's just really, really, really peaceful. More from us here at Pridelands. We hope that you continue to have a wonderful safari.
Another wonderful guest with us, Sergio Real. Sergio is a holder of the Ticket to Dream.
I bought a Ticket to Dream because I love Wild Earth. All of the guides have been awesome. We've been watching for years, and it's a favorite part of my day to get to watch the drives. I look forward to seeing lots of leopards.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part of the drive today was definitely an elephant that paid us a visit and came right to our car.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's amazing being on a live drive in Juma. It's just fantastic. The scenery is beautiful and the animals are even better.
The Mara Triangle is a jewel in the Kenyan conservation crown, and thanks to the dedication of the Mara Conservancy, it thrives as one of Earth's greatest national treasures.
We have been experiencing a reduction in the whale's nests that we collect on a monthly basis, and this is basically attributed to our intense patrols.
Over the years, this courageous team of anti-poachers has reduced poaching to almost zero.
Mimi naitwa Stephen Olereso. Nimefanya kazi miaka 16 sasa. kuanzia mwaka 2002. Hao wanadamu ni wenye utua sana sana inaogofya ni wale wenye wanaenda kama ndovu. Wanatumia kama bunduki. Sasa hiyo ndio huwa inakuanga hatari sana sana kwa sisi.
As a result of the global pandemic and the massive reduction in tourist revenue, the Mara Triangle is facing a financial crisis. They need your help if they are to continue their ability to protect this magical land.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and Beyond Pinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Welcome back everyone to and Beyond Pinda Private Game Reserve. We still are on our way to try and find the lions that were in the area, but we've decided to just watch the sun go down. So I'm just going to keep quiet and let the sun and the scene do the talking. Slowly starting to fade away now. It's amazing how quickly, when it starts going down, how quickly it does actually go. Last bit of that orange golden light starting to fade now, reflecting off one of the clouds there also. Some absolutely beautiful colors coming through. And just the silhouette of the trees. Right, I think as we're starting to lose the last bit of that light, we're going to carry on towards where the lion was last seen. In the meantime, you're going to head over to Trishala, who's also got a type of cat.
My leopard is still very busy, chomping away on what we now know is a monitor lizard. What type? Not sure, but I would think a water monitor, given its position right next to the dam. So good for you, Maribs. Oh, see? Just when you thought he's going to show you what he's eating. No, he says, you'll just have to take Trishala's word for it. And I had to take the other guy's words for it. So it's best we just look for ourselves. Nope, not this time. This has pretty much been our view the entire time we've been sitting with him. But it's coming to that time of day when it's getting cooler and the light is beautiful, and hopefully he'll be on the move soon. Hopefully his mother will join him. So I've got my patience pants on. Nikki has also got, I'm sure he's got patience pants on too, but he's also got a beautiful sunset that he'd love to show you with this gorgeous light.
So we decided to find a little crest on Ngala and just have a view of the sun setting. And if you have a look at all the different warm colors, it is just such a beautiful sunset. But what I want to do is I want you to experience the sunset with us. And how we're going to do that is I'm just going to start talking, and we're going to listen to all the birds and everything around. Maybe even if that lion decides to call, be able to hear him. But for now, let's just enjoy the sunset.
Lisa, I agree with you. The sunset is absolutely magical this evening. And just sitting here, like the different sounds we can hear. You can hear there's some crickets in the background. There's also some impalas this time of the year where they're still rutting, so you can hear the one male chasing the other male. We can hear Swainson's spurfowl, crested franklins, quite a few birds. The odd sound we hear now and again is the magpie strike. And then now and again it sounds like some of the spurfowls have actually been disturbed. And it could be like some of them just flying up into the trees. It could also be that maybe there's a small predator like an African wildcat moving through the area, and because of that or jackal or anything, and they've moved into the trees or just moved away from that area. In Victoria, it all depends. Like, for example, where we are now, the sun sets around about now, which is 5:15 in the afternoon. In some areas like Cape Town, might only be later. It might only be an hour from now, hour and 20 minutes. So it all depends on where you are in South Africa. But where we are, we actually have another beautiful mountain range here called the Drakensberg. And we're going to try to see if we can show you the Drakensberg Mountains. Now, often if the sun disappears over them, we do lose quite a bit of light. So just showing you where they are. It might be hard to see, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to see them. So if we zoom in closer to this, so this is one of the big mountain ranges within South Africa, the Drakensberg mountain range. And you can see right in the distance we have that. Now that mountain range cuts all the way to where that sun is setting now. But just with that question, depends on where you are in South Africa. If you're more situated in the eastern side of South Africa, of course the sun's going to go down around about now. But if you go more towards the west, like the sun is probably going to set in the next half an hour, 40 minutes, hour, depending on how far west you might travel along South Africa. For now, as we enjoy the last little bit of the sun, let's head across to Lauren with some cats.
I think we have the Talamatis, or at least some of the Talamatis, snoozing, as always. But what's interesting is that they're actually on the fire break. And that's why they look so muddy and a little bit dirty. They're lying on that sort of blackened soil. And I think since all the fire breaks have been burned, we've seen every single species that we normally see on this sort of blackened soil. For example, we had Kuchava, leopard, wild dogs the other day. Now we have the lions, elephants, all the antelopes, zebra, many bird species. I'm not seeing buffalo yet, but still, it really has no adverse effect on any of these animals out here. Definitely not on our Talamatis. How many bodies do we have here? Darren, can you just go a little bit to the right? It looks like 2. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think. We're just below Sydney's dam, so we had to work it a little bit to get signal, but we worked it, baby. We worked it and we got it. We were actually coming to this area to look for Tavangumi. He was around this morning, I believe. But we found some tawny cats instead. They don't look particularly full though, which means once that sun dips a little bit deeper, it's quite possible that they'll get up. If they go north from here, we're in trouble. But if they go south into Djuma, it's good news. We can follow them. You've got to love it when you're driving a cut line and there's some lions just lying there. Didn't catch that name, but yes, I believe so. In the Talamati Pride, the breakdown currently is 5 adult lionesses and 9 sub-adults. And of those 9 sub-adults, 6 are females, 3 are male. And the total number of Nkuhumas right now escapes me. But there's definitely more adult lionesses. There used to be 9 at one point, but I know we lost Nana. Nana passed away. So I think there's 7 or 8 adult lionesses. I've seen the Nkuhumas once in the past year, I think. And I believe the Nkuhumas have now got little ones running around. The next generation, my goodness, I remember all the joy that we had finding each litter after litter of the Nkuhumas in 2019. It was really a wonderful time. I don't think I'll forget that anytime soon. They do synchronize their breeding after all, so slowly but surely you will find the lionesses start to give birth around a similar time period. I mean, we had ridge nose first. Then it went on to amber eyes. That was a joyous day for everyone. I remember that. Then purple eyes. And then Chela was last. All in 2019. Okay, we're not going anywhere. We're going to sit here and watch our Tony cat sleep.
Turned around now, enjoy that beautiful sunset, and we're on a mission to try and find that lion. Now, in order to find a lion, especially at night, when you're not really capable of tracking because of the fact that if the lion moves off the road, or maybe if the road is covered with a bit of grass like you can see right in front here, it's really hard to track because there's no real signs, as well as the angle of the light. So what we need to do now, most importantly, is probably listen out for the sounds. It's also the time where we don't really use the spotlight because there's still enough light, but the tracking part becomes difficult. So we're going to be listening out, driving and occasionally stopping the vehicle for a few minutes just to listen and hoping that we might hear either alarm calls, either as he's disturbed other animals like impala, maybe wildebeest, nyala, or kudu, because he's near the river, there might be any of those. Or if there's giraffes staring in a particular direction, just anything and any animal that can give us an indication to where this male lion might be. Now, the last tracks are somewhere or heading down in this direction where we're going now. You can see the sun setting right in front of us. So that's our plan. That's our mission, is to try and see if we can get this male lion. It is getting a bit more chilly. I can feel already had to put on a jumper, and I have my second jumper right next to me now. This is quite a cold time of the year. So I'm hoping that this male lion eventually, because it is cool, he might start moving. Now we're going to backtrack the areas we have checked before, and as I said, just stop and listen. And it's incredible to follow this male around, because just the other day he made a kill on a kudu, and he was alone from the pride. He wasn't with the pride, And what's quite amazing about it, because I mean with his back leg, if you look at it, you probably think that he won't be capable of hunting, but he's quite a good hunter.
We are off Chitwa. I just told you about my patient's pants being on, but unfortunately the lineup was getting quite long and I was being a Mareeb's hog, or we all were. So we had to leave, but that's okay. We spent some nice time with him. Now we're back on Juma, and we have some zebras. It's so lovely to see some zebras, and they're in this area that's been burned, and they're all rubbing themselves. They're giving themselves a nice scratch. So if you look off to the right, you'll see that stump. It's great for a belly scratch. About 3 of them have stopped for this exact purpose. Oh, sorry about that. Very, very good for a belly scratch. Very cool. It's really nice to see them in this burnt area, because what they'll tend to do is they'll sometimes dig up a little like rhizomes and things like that that are basically these underground juicy bits of the grasses, and they like to eat those. And you'll even find them happily eating grass that's left over after burning or even singed grass. That's no problem for these guys. Yes, good evening. It's so nice to see you. I just love the contrast of their colors. Like, you know, okay, here on this side there's no burning done, so it looks like normal bush with that zebra, and then if you look over on our other side, it's such a contrast, and I love it. It's a visual feast. Look at it rubbing itself. There we go. Hi, Nectar. You'd like to know if zebras groom better than other animals? No, there's nothing particularly special about the way that they groom. They do groom themselves well and each other, but what you're seeing, this really clean look, is a result of their coloration, the contrast, the dark and the light. So what it does is, to you, it looks much cleaner. If you had just had to take the white that they are, without the black stripes, if you just had to take that white and, say, have a t-shirt in that white, it would look dirty. But it's just a result of the combination and the stripes that gives us this really pristine coat, what looks like a very pristine coat. Off they go. Beautiful. All right. Well, let me send you back over to Lauren with those telematis. I hope that they'll get up soon-ish. Maybe give you a roar.
Soon-ish, I hope. I'd rather have sooner than soonish. But I'm not sure. One beautiful lady's got her head up. We were all just talking about one of the Talamati sub-adults. That beautiful female. I think she's missing the end of her tail. And she has the most gorgeous face. I think she's one of the most beautiful lionesses I've ever seen. but I can't fully quite identify who. I thought we were going to maybe get a vocalization there, but I think that was a stretch. No vocalization. Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying winter at the moment, I must say. I am really enjoying it. It's cold, but the sightings have just increased a tenfold, and animal behavior is changing, and patterns are shifting, and lots of fluctuations. And I think that is just really fascinating to see how things change throughout the course of a season. And the predators do start to get mobile a little sooner. Of course. It gets cold quickly, whereas in summer, sometimes you'll find the predators at least will sleep until goodness knows when, because it's still too hot to get up and move. So I think Trishwala's right. They might get up soon-ish. And of course, because there's only 5 of them, that means they're all going to start calling, and it's nothing better than sitting next to lions who are all calling at the same time. A big chorus of calls. And they are on the Djuma side, where we are on the cut line. But technically speaking, they are on the Djuma side. The Talamatis really have moved on into Djuma. And it's interesting, that's why I've loved to sort of be a naturalist out here over a long period of time instead of just coming and going, is the transitions that you see and the changes in the lion dynamic or dynamics have been really interesting to follow. Wendy, you're asking, do I think the lions are on the burnt grass because there are less sticks? I'm really not sure. I couldn't possibly say. I would imagine it's nice and flat.
Less insects.
Softer soil, possibly retaining a little bit of heat. And remember, white reflects, black absorbs, and the soil's very, very black. So because the sun was quite strong today, we had a really, really hot afternoon, the black soil will retain some of that heat. So I imagine it's just a really comfortable place to lie down for your afternoon cat nap. So yes, possibly the fact that there's not many sticks, just soft soil, that could also be enticing for our lions here. The perfect nap spot. It's completely exposed, there's no shade. I mean, the sun's going down now, but there's no real shade in this area. And that's why in summer you really should not wear black. It gets get far too hot too quickly. When you're on the safari vehicle, you actually shouldn't really wear white or black, to be honest. You should always try and wear your wonderful khaki greens, which luckily happens to be my favorite color. So we're going to sit even longer here and still keep hoping our cats get mobile.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
I love being a cam op for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
So we're still just in the area looking for that lion, and we haven't seen any other signs. We've been checking the road quite thoroughly to see if there's any signs of him maybe coming onto the road and using this like and moving along here, or even some of the game trails. So these pathways the animals use from one area to another. We haven't seen any signs yet. The water hole is not too far from here, so maybe we can slowly go to that water, or maybe even wait there, switch off the vehicle and listen. Now as we were making our way along this road, occasionally we'll stop, just quickly listen for maybe 5-6 minutes and then carry on again, just so that if he starts calling, we can hear. And I mean, even sometimes we drive, yeah, we're looking out for the lion. It's just an animal that we set out as a goal or plan to do, but along the way there's so many other things we could be looking out for. I mean, this time of the evening could be a chance for honey badgers to come out, civets, a serval, especially if you go in areas where the grass is quite tall. But in the meantime, while we are looking for cats, let's go to someone that already found them, Dean at Pinda.
Welcome back everyone to and beyond Pinda Private Game Reserve. We've managed to find the lions that we actually set out earlier to try and find. Been a little bit of a wild goose chase, but nevertheless we have found them. They are lying in a thick area, so at the moment it's, from what I can see, definitely the two subadult lionesses. And there was another one to the left, but difficult to see. Here's the other one. So from what I heard earlier, there was two older lionesses and the three subadult lionesses, and all together. This here, the crested francolin. Crazy in the background. Lucy's asking what the lion population is like in Phinda. At the moment, it's about close to 30, maybe mid-30s, maybe around about mid-30s. So strong, very strong at the moment. And it's that total number is broken up into 3 prides, which is one in the north, one in the south, and one on the sort of eastern side of the reserve. This is part of the South Pride, also sometimes referred to as the Mountain Pride. It's a pride that, as the name suggests, spends most of its time in the southern part of the reserve. I was actually with these 3 sub-adults earlier this morning, and they were actually looking for mom, so they're giving out that low frequency sort of contact call, trying to find mom, and running all through the bush here and throughout this area trying to find mom. I think she was out hunting. They're not contributing to kills at the moment, so mom would normally stash them and they would sit put until mom either contact calls them to come and join or actually comes and fetches them. But at the moment, not getting up to too much. As you can see, that one's just put its head down, and so is the lioness next to her. Movements normally instigated by yawning and standing up, moving, rubbing up against each other. That normally sort of instigates or initiates and suggests that they're going to stop moving. But at least for now, they look pretty relaxed. Benji's asking a really good question. He's asking how long can lions go without eating? Food's quite a bit longer than what they could go without drinking. My guess would be closer to about 10, maybe up to 12, 13 days without actually eating. That would be pushing the limits, and it would then be, in terms of food, it would be about 10 to maximum, I'd say maybe 13, 14 days, and even less for water. So water, probably closer to about 3-4 days. It would be the max, I think, especially in a hotter climate. They would go without drinking, or could go without drinking water. You can quite clearly see the black behind the ears on that young lioness there. That's the black behind the ears and the black tip of the tail, which we can't see at the moment, which would be used as a bit of a marker when they're following each other through thick grass. So you can see the contrast, that pitch black compared to the rest of the coat. It's quite eye-catching, and that's what they'll follow. So how they'll follow each other through the grass. Carmen's asking, have the prides here on Pinde ever clashed with each other? So, the whole pride, not necessarily, but our two south males, not so long ago, actually went up north and had a clash with the two males in the north, and unfortunately they managed to kill one of the south males. But other than that, it's the rest of the pride in the north sticks to the north mainly, and the pride in the south sticks to the south. So at the moment we've only got the one male in the south of Pinde. We did see the two north males. We actually had them on the show not so long ago. They were lying down in an open area, and you could actually see a couple of the scars on the face, and the one's actually got quite a decent cut on its back leg. That was all from the battle they had with the males in the south. But yeah, in terms of the whole pride clashing, that hasn't happened yet. Not sure if it will. They do seem to stick to their own territories and don't venture too far either way.
We're just watching our lion pride, the Talamatis, walk along the fire break. They've just woken up, and they're obviously deciding, where should we go for dinner? See? Stop. Listen. So we're just going to watch and follow them and try and see if we can listen to what they're hearing. this pride is definitely about to hunt. Hopefully, I can keep up with them.
Interview Taylor.
We have found, I think it's Comet, the hyena. You know how they hate being followed. So let's see what we can get. We're gonna go into infrared. I'm just gonna have to stop here and see if we can zoom in and get him. Only just running off. So much it does. They really, really dislike being followed. So let's not put him in a situation that bothers him and continue on. You'll find that sometimes you can follow them, at quite a distance. But it just depends on how they feel on the day, whether they're going to allow you to or not. You can see that we're going to go back into color. Ta-da! Oh, look at that. You could see that he was skipping away readily. That's okay. It was nice to get a glimpse of it. We are entering the time of proper darkness and spotlight use. I always like this last, not even an hour. Ooh. I thought you were a puff at a log. Had the right kind of color. Oh, I was saying that I enjoyed this last 45 minutes or so of drive. That's around that time. I haven't checked. Because it's like the whole thing changes. It feels like a separate drive to the one that's during the day. So it also is that time I start to think about dinner. And Owen told me that Nikki Lingala. So I'm Nikki, and he can.
What we've just done now is we've switched off the vehicle and we're giving ourselves a bit of time just to listen, to hear if we can hear that line. But also, of course, as we switch off, there's so many other things we can possibly hear. If there's any alarm calls, might be from a leopard, could be from some of the smaller birds that could fly off, indicating a smaller predator could come out at night. So we're not too sure, but it's often just really nice to switch off the vehicle and just patiently wait. It's been a nice and cool day, especially now towards the evening, and so I think the sky is going to be really beautiful this evening. Might even see a couple of stars, but we'll have to give it some time and hopefully hear something. Apparently, Trishula, one of the comments from our other guides from Trishula, apparently Owen, who's one of our cameramen, mentioned that I do make a nice potjie. Now, for those who don't know potjie, so potjie is basically just a traditional stew that one makes in the bush, and it's often such a treat, especially after drive. Or if you had the afternoon off, to let it go for at least a couple of hours. But it is quite a treat, I must say. I would do what for one right now. But I mean, in the meantime, while we're just imagining that, we're also thinking about what animals we're going to still find this evening. Just imagine the bush like this. As I'm sitting here and it's starting to get dark and dark, and we've now moved over to infrared. Imagine if you had to be in the bush by yourself at night, how scary that experience must be. Like moving, you can see how dense it is. You just never know what's going to be around the next bend. Maybe bump into a lion, maybe an elephant. Herd of elephants, a buffalo bull, maybe standing up near the river. Or maybe in a thick scrub. You can see even with the leaves here on the screen, there's not a lot of movement on them. So there's not even a strong breeze blowing this evening. It's quite still. For now, as we're still in pursuit of this lion, let's head across to Dean with lions.
I'm sure we'll get Pinda back very soon. But for now, we are continuing on our mission. We saw civet, everyone. Very difficult to get on camera. I'm so sorry that I have to tell you this as if, you know, you're at school and I'm at home busy eating the sweets and told you how nice the sweets were. Yes, that analogy makes sense in my head. But I was hoping to find the civet again in this drainage, but they're very difficult to get on camera. I'm glad that Nikki told you about his poiki. He is right. Owen did tell me that he makes a great poiki. Obviously, like I said, this time of day, you know, almost towards the end of drive, it's cold. A poiki sounds great. But, wood samp, says Owen. All these wonderful South African things. Owen also told me, interestingly, that Nikki planned on making a pasta and biltong poiki. I hope. You told him not to, Owen? Good. I think you did many South Africans a favor by telling Nikki to please don't make a pasta and biltong poiki. It doesn't even make sense, Nikki. Anyway, I'll let him answer for that. Ooh. just ran across, somewhere around there. These things are so difficult to get on camera. Get it to stand still is almost impossible. It's gone. I'm gonna roll. Thing is with nocturnal creatures is they've seen you and are reacting to you far quicker than you have seen them and reacting to them, you know, so they already made their move by that time. They're already dedicated to the run into the drainage. Anyway, I'm going to send you back over to Nikki so he can explain himself with the pasta and biltong pointy.
So we just crossed through a drainage line now. So drainage line is basically just an area where the water would run off straight towards the river. Now we haven't seen anything yet, but I've been hearing a lot of comments on potjie course or potjie food, and it is, I must say, it's such a treat. Now Owen, who you would have met, is one of our cameramen, and we have this deal whenever he's here, we have a potjie off. So one evening he makes a potjie, and then the other evening I will make a potjie. And then of course it's trying to see how much flavor you can get out of it. So it's basically trying to make a stew without adding any sauce or any water into your potjies. You're basically trying to use the vegetables and that you use in it to create the sauce. And Owen is pretty good at that. I must say there's quite a few years of experience there, but slowly but surely catching up. I must say I do have a little trick though. Whenever it comes to a potjie off, I'll often ask one of our head chefs at the lodge, ask him for like a bit of a tip, like what spices would really work together and how would he go about doing it. And so then sometimes I do get an additional 1 or 2 inputs to help me with that. But otherwise, I think potjie is just one of those things. It's like you just have to try it and hope that you add the right ingredients that all mix together. It is cooling down quite a bit now. You can actually feel the temperature's dropped quite a bit. Rosemary, sorry, just for the question you're asking, what is biltong? So if I heard that correctly, biltong is basically like beef jerky, or you can imagine dried meat. So often with the meat, they'll cut little strips of meat, they'll put it in vinegar and salt, and then hang it up so that it can dry. And once it's dry, then you can basically store it away for months, and then just whenever you're hungry, have it. So it's basically like beef jerky. It's very interesting though, talking about biltong, we had a discussion with one of the section rangers the other day in terms of how, if you had to survive in the bush, how long before meat goes off, how long can you store meat before it goes off? So let's say you're in a survival situation and you find a carcass. When can you say you can't eat anymore? And it's quite interesting that as you can actually, even if the meat is rotten, once you boil it in salt, and you can then put it from there on top of a corrugated iron or anything that can basically just act as a stand so that you can dry it out with the sun. And then you can eat it for weeks afterwards. And there's a couple of guys, I know some of the... It's a very interesting story, but if you read some of the stories of the Tswalu Scouts, the special forces of the Rhodesian army or the Zimbabwean army, how they used to do that, which is very interesting. And also some of the South African special forces as well, which is imagine that, like having to cut off rotten meat, boil it in salt water and then have that as a meal. That doesn't sound like an ideal potjie, I must say, talking about potjies earlier. This looks like a nice spot just to have one more stop to listen.
Stations down at Safari Lodge.
Well, if we don't hear anything from here, it's safe to say we're going to be moving out of this area because then we've given it a good go for these lions.
animals or this particular lion. So what we're going to do from here is just be still and listen.
Helping kids to fall in love with nature is critical. Our future depends on it. Wild Earth has had the opportunity to take many children from all over the world on safari, some from right here on our doorstep.
Welcome to those of you watching from Hananani Primary School, just outside Dixie Village.
They love learning about nature because now we're having like a crisis of like rhino poaching. We all need each other, so it is very, very important for the kids to learn about animals, on how to save them or even to protect them.
My favorite animal is an elephant because they are very cute, although they're eating the trees or the plants, but they are still very cute to me.
The way they explained the animals, asking questions, and we saw our names on the screen, it was so exciting.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feeds. We've just had the most loveliest of sightings with the Talamatis. All 5 of them got up. We followed them along the fire break. Then they darted into the thicket. And we thought, oh no, we're not going to be able to follow them. But they were actually just reuniting. I think there's many of them here now. We don't have a visual. We're in a bit of a leapfrog now. But I love it when lions reunite after not seeing each other the whole day. Separation anxiety. But they've all gone flat along the fire break, so hopefully we can keep up with them, because I definitely think they're hungry. Aren't we all?
Yeah, there's a thing between us that I can't really see.
Where the others were, it was just remarkable. They were just sleeping in a slightly different spot, hidden amongst the vegetation. And now the grooming begins. Time to get up, ladies. And gent. The sub-adult male is there somewhere. Is that him?
right on cue. I might not be able to immediately follow, obviously. There's lots of vehicles in this sighting. Viola, you're saying it's so nice to see them active, finally. Yes, they're definitely heading somewhere, that's for sure. And we're not able to move just yet, Elton. Bit of a traffic jam. So I think we'll get on that radio and find out what is happening with all the vehicles. I'm going to find out where these Talamatis are off to, and you guys are off to Tswalu.
I am on the western edge of quarantine, having a good look, nothing to report, but now we're going to take Zoe's, well, once we get off and back to via tele-access. I feel an owl or two would be lovely. There's this silver cluster leaf that I've been seeing a southern white-faced owl in a couple of times. I hope that it'll be there today. So, well, we're going to take Zoe's anyway, so we can check it out. About 4 or 5 times it's sat on that particular perch. Obviously today's only day 1 here, so I'm referencing the last time I was here. Hi, Lucy. You'd like to know what was my most memorable animal encounter? I'm sure you mean on the show. Not that I've had many encounters with animals outside of the show, or at least not exotic animals. On the show, there's, I think, it's not one I mention often, but you talk about encounter, or you ask encounter, so this is one where I genuinely felt not in control. And it was the day that Thandi was hunting. First, it was just so serendipitous that day when I found her, because I went looking for Fernando the chameleon, and I stopped at Fernando's tree, and Thandi was sitting beneath it, crouched, hunting. I would not have seen her if I'd not stopped at the tree looking for the chameleon. So, yeah, that was fine. So then I realized, oh, well, now I'm almost on top of her because I didn't realize she was there. So I moved across to the other side of the road. And now we're watching her, filming her. It was all the usual. And then she looked at me from across the road. she walked towards me. Now you know that my door is open here. She stopped right at my feet. And let me tell you, if there's any leopard that you will feel nervous if they do that, it's going to be Thandi. Yeah, Tingana could do that. Sana could do that. Lalama could do that. And I would have been half as nervous as I was because it was Thandi. Thandi is like a no-nonsense leopard in my book. Anyway, she looked at me. She came right to my foot area here. She looked at me, and then she kept moving. And that I froze, absolutely froze. She kept moving, and she turned under the car, under my feet. That was both memorable and a good bit of scare. You always need a little bit of scare out here, because if you don't, you get complacent. So it's important every now and then realize that you're mortal, and ultimately everything that we do, all the situations that we are in, we can do so safely, obviously as a result of our learning, our journey to be here. But at the end of the day, no matter what, everything is in the hands of the bush. Obviously, like I said, we're trained to make sure that we could see any signs of aggression and things like that, but ultimately, you only have half of the control of the situation at best. So it's important to get a scare every now and then, and also be able to handle it, not, scream and shout, because then you will get yourself into a very sticky situation if you react that way. That was very memorable. There have been so many. But she used the word interaction, so it had me thinking more about a close encounter with an animal. I think the best actual encounter I had was once I found a chicken, and I was little. Named him Hugo, and we actually got to have an encounter, Hugo and I, so that was probably the best animal encounter I had. My parents didn't let me have pets. Anyway, I am continuing down Zoe's and keep an eye out for any tracks as well. In the night, those can be helpful.
Now that the sun has really gone down, we are bumbling in the complete darkness. We've got our infrared camera ready to capture any nocturnal animals that we might see. So that's what I'm doing with my spotlight, looking for the eye shine. So everyone come bumble with me as I try to find some nocturnal creatures.
no such luck yet, but we're going to keep bumbling on into the dark and see what else we can find.
It's actually such a beautiful evening in the river. So we're exploring down the river to see if there's any signs of leopard. We've moved out of the area for the lion, for that particular lion. There was, unfortunately, we didn't have any other signs or even him calling. So because of that, there's nothing much to work with. So we're heading down the river here, see if there's any signs of leopard. Now, what I want to do is, often with leopards in the evening, is they could be, like as we said, they are moving. It might not necessarily be that they could go and lie down in the riverbed, maybe because of the fact that the sand was able to bake quite a bit with the sun. It might be warmer than just outside, and because of that they could be lying down. But as the night carries on, it will probably be very cold in the river, so I can imagine the leopard will probably just move through the river. But why I wanted to choose it is it's a nice open place, and so at least if a leopard crosses, there's a chance of spotting it, versus if they cross the road, you only have that little bit of a gap to try and find them.
Yeah, train station,
Hold on, I'm just going to try and see if I can get out of the river now. Quite a bumpy road, and often just like if you're driving close to the river looking out for leopard, I mean, because they are moving, and it is this time of the year, it's like winter time, so they tend to move quite a bit in the evening, especially if they are hunting. And I'm just trying to look out for any bits of movement, maybe even like with the light, I'm trying to see if I can get a reflection of the eyes, see if there's any tracks on the ground, but I haven't seen anything yet. I'm just going to slowly drive here and scan the vegetation and just look out for any flick of the tail, maybe. Sometimes if leopards move at night, especially male leopards, they could be marking their territory. They could be going down the road like this, and they'll mark their territory against any tree or bush on the side of the road, or moving along a game trail. So we're going to just keep a good look at it as we go along. Just want to take it out of low range. I had it there in order to get out of the river. There we go. So Chris, some of the animals, especially the nocturnal ones we see, ones coming out at night time, would be some of the bush babies, like the little bush baby. There's a bush baby. We could see things like caracal. I haven't really seen one near the river, but not too far away from the river, I've seen one. Could be looking out for honey badgers. Always, I mean, like just off to our right, there's quite a few termite mounds. Maybe always a chance of possibly even seeing an aardvark, serval. So you can see the grass right in front of us off to the right here is quite tall. Be an option for us. Free-tailed bats, so we can see quite a few bats flying at night. chameleons along the, it's more of the reptiles, but we can see them sometimes in, like you'll see right in front of us, the bush is a lot denser in comparison to the area off to the right, because the left is closer to the river. So often that type of vegetation we could see chameleons. And then of course going into birds like owls. There's quite a few different species of owls we can find. And then in the daytime, we often look out for wild dogs. I remember one of my best wild dog sightings on Wild Earth, I think it was last year around about this time, when we had the young male leopard, that Makoti male that killed an impala right in front of one of the camps. And as it was dragging it over like across the river to put it up in the tree, just trying to check this branch, just make sure it doesn't hit the camera. There we go. And it was dragging it all the way across the bank into a tree. And as the leopard was dragging up, the wild dogs decided to start chasing the leopard. But the leopard jumped into the tree with the impala, and halfway up, the impala actually woke up and jumped out of the tree. And the leopard, of course, because of the wild dogs on the ground, couldn't. And it stayed in the tree. And as soon as the impala landed on the ground, the wild dogs killed it. And then 12 hyenas came in and chased the wild dogs off. Or stole it from the wild dogs, didn't really chase them off. So the wild dogs were then biting the hyenas, nipping them, trying to chase them away. And then afterwards, when the hyenas finished up the carcass, there was still one of the hyenas that was dragging the carcass around. And this leopard would follow the hyena and go from one tree to another, and whenever the hyenas fought with each other, he'll try and jump down and grab the carcass, but every time he tried to do that, the hyenas picked up he was there, and so they chased him back into the tree. And it was right here, not too far, maybe not even a kilometer from where we are now, along the river. It is a beautiful drive along the river though. It's one of my favorites, like especially when driving with guests as well. Like there's always this aroma of wild basil or maybe even wild sage in the air. We're going to be heading into the river quite soon.
The annual Safari Guide of the Year competition aims to create awareness for those men and women who dedicate their lives to tourism and wildlife. This year's event will be held at Marataba, a breathtaking privately managed section of the Marakele National Park in South Africa's Limpopo province. In celebration of this, Wild Earth and Marataba Luxury Lodges are offering all explorers a chance to win a 3-night stay at Marataba Safari Lodge for you and a friend. In addition to a spectacular land-based safari, Marataba Luxury Lodges offer an opportunity for guests to cruise peacefully along the Matlabas River, watching the animals as they drink and wallow. The lodge offers you a chance to lie by the pool or enjoy a spa treatment, and one night could be spent sleeping out under the stars in a luxurious treehouse. Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer before the 30th of June, and it could be you heading off on a long-awaited getaway. Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hi everybody, I'm Tiana, I'm from Johannesburg, and I am one of Wild Earth's biggest fans.
Been watching for 4 years. DG here from the Ozarks.
It's been 4 years for me, and I'm not leaving anytime soon.
It's given me a time away from the hassles of the city, and it's given me a connection to a place that has stolen my heart, which is Africa.
Last year we lost our son, and now we're just watching Wild Earth. Love to all you guys.
You are reminding us of the role that we play in nature conservation, each and every one of us. You have reconnected myself to a dream that I had as a child to get involved in nature conservation, and for that I'm really grateful for as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
No luck on Zoe's Road for us, or in Bellanites. We just did that loop again to see if there were any lions that were left, but it seems that they've obviously joined up to the north where Lauren had them. So now we're on power lines, slowly turning our nose in the direction of home and dinner. Actually, I haven't seen one chameleon this evening. Last stint they were still all over the place, but it has cooled down, at least the evenings substantially have cooled down. Last stint you could go in the afternoon with not 1, 2, 3, 4 layers with a jacket that I have on right now. So the chameleon, unfortunately, can't put on extra layers. All it can do is change it during this time and eastivate. Usually in a little crevice, or more commonly, at least in my experience, at the base of a tree, very close to the trunk of a tree. Sometimes along this road, leopard-wise, that is, Shadudu has been seen here, and Kara most recently. Kara's tracks are so easy to spot because they're not the size of fully grown female leopardess. It's very easy to see that they're smaller, almost like a big cub. And you'll find her tracks on this road quite often. And we're back on Viatilla access. Let's just do a quick look down there. Nothing. Nothing. I find it really easy to see tracks on the roads, especially at night, especially roads like this that have been driven on a lot. And the headlights make it really easy to see tracks in the front. And also because of the behavior of many of the animals that we're looking for in the evenings, it's quite a reliable bit of information. to know whatever happened to my Canadian friend Fernando. Fernando moved on. The guari bush that was his entire world was that 2 meter by 2 meter area. Never saw him outside of there for months, but he has moved on. I don't think he's died. Comedians move from bush to bush. They have no stay in one tree. They are territorial, flat-neck comedians, so they'll find a nice bit of territory and they have to keep on moving so that they can keep up with or managing their resources. So he has since a while ago now left us. We have none other than Scrub here. Scrub hair, no, where do you go? It's somewhere around here. We'll just go into IR so we can have a look. The scrub hair could have been the final piece to the puzzle of this whole show, the last segment. But alas, it has hidden now behind that little termite mound in the spot that scrub hairs actually really love. Anyway, it's that time, guys, where we have to say good night. And thank you so much for all your questions and your comments. It was lovely to spend my first day back with all of you. I'll see you in the morning for Sunrise Safari. So bye, guys. See you then.